Hi friends, it's me Scott. How are you today? Let's click some things. Are we streaming? We're good. Still a mess in here. I know I didn't even comment on it because it's been a perpetual mess in here. But what are you gonna do? I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna solder, and I'm gonna really try to not do the thing where I touch lead solder and then like touch my face and stick my fingers in my mouth and eat the solder. I'm just gonna try not to do that. We got the solder box. And it's not even plugged into. The switch. Wasn't the switch. Hope everyone's having a good week. Hope everyone's having a good day. Hope everyone's having a good life. I used a really fancy, is it Metcal? Is that the brand? It's weird. Metcal just somehow sounds like very, but I think that's it. Like really high-end commercial soldering iron, and it's like stupidly nice, upsettingly nice. I used it and I was like, obviously this is gonna be better, but I think my Hakko's fine. Hakko. It's fine. It does the job. How much better could this be? And the answer is like way better. Okay. So I don't know. I have all the parts I need. It should be somewhere. Okay. So we're gonna solder the thing. I'm gonna solder this board, even though I screwed it all up and it's the wrong size and it's embarrassing. But like, I don't want to order new ones without knowing if the board works. So I intentionally bent the pins out, and oh boy. Really, I don't know. I was actually really bummed about it. Like it's something that I deliberately tried to be careful about, and I thought that I was making choices that were clever to be like, oh, I'm not, to just be sure that I don't mess up this measurement. I'm going to empirically just hold pins up to this and do this. But I made a weird error that I've made in programming before, but I've never made in like real life, which was kind of a inclusive. Did the audio of the mic go down again? Anyway, like an inclusive, exclusive range kind of issue is basically what I ended up with. So let's just... I have this aligned kind of best that I can, even though it's crooked. How can we just fix the focus here? I really do not understand why one camera glitches out when I have the other plugged in. It's pretty annoying. No real reason for that. Okay. I'm going to call that roughly good. So we got our little ESP32. Tyrone Sluck, how's it going? Oh, I appreciate that. Thanks for trying heat out. Shoot, man, I messed up. Dang it, I didn't have the new bot open just to see if the... It's not your fault. It's my fault. The... new features worked. Actually, speaking of heat, we probably should have heat on that screen, right? Let's go here. Let's go here. Nope. Yes. That video glitch is pretty weird. Okay, do we have heat here? Yes. You can throw tomatoes in my hands. Okay. Well, that's a little annoying. It's my own fault. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's the summary is, as you can see, the way the pins are bent. I poorly measured. Makes no sense. These are both Logitech C920s. This webcam works fine all the time. It's only when I use both of them, but only one of the two glitch, and it's like doesn't seem to matter what USB port I'm using, or it's pretty weird. Well, I'm just gonna call it a cool cyberpunk visual artifact. Anyway, so yes, I made a mistake on ordering these. I want to at least try to make them work before. Maybe I'll order replacements, but I don't want to order replacements if there are other issues on the boards. So yeah, no. Okay, definitely not the best solderer on earth, but I do okay. do think these boards turned up pretty nicely. Because I'm not the best solderer on earth, my general strategy is get solder down and then go back and kind of reflow it a little better. And this is kind of a wobbly setup, but it's okay. Okay. Mental note, don't touch my face. It's pretty fun. For many years I used Fritzing to do it, which actually makes it pretty easy. I mean, it's very beginner friendly, and it kind of starts you with a breadboard interface. So you can basically go from breadboard to schematic to PCB, and it's what I used for, like, I don't know, all the PCBs I did for 8 years, which is most of my life of designing PCBs. I guess about 10 years at this point. And I only do a PCB design every few years, really. I've been doing it more recently, but I can go very long times without doing it. But it's pretty basic, for sure. And it's definitely a beginner thing that doesn't really scale to professional levels. And so this year, I guess it was end of last year, I decided, like, okay, I want to learn to use some proper EDA software. And I was very unsure of what to use. I think we did a stream where I tried 3 or 4 different ones and just was not very happy with any of them. And then in the end, the answer was right in front of me, because I'd been doing a lot of CAD work towards the end of the year with Fusion 360. And Autodesk purchased, I think they just fully purchased Eagle, which is one of the better known CAD packages, and integrated a lot of the features just directly into Fusion. Okay, I did not the best job, but seems okay. That one's a little anemic. Okay, and it's, I don't know, it's not ideal. This is under some mechanical strain, the way I have the pins bent, but I think it'll be okay. What kind of streaming do you do, Tyrone? Shouldn't really be in this enclosed space inhaling this. One thing I will say, like, lead doesn't vaporize at these temperatures, so I think it's a fairly common, or feels like a fairly common fear. It's like, oh, you can't be inhaling those fumes. You're inhaling lead, but you're definitely not vaporizing lead. You're not turning the metal lead into a gas. Not that these fumes are good, they're definitely not, but it's not like you're breathing vaporized lead. You're just breathing, it's mostly flux. Maybe probably some water, I would guess. Not saying it's good. Don't do it. And I do need to get a little filter fan, but it's just maybe not quite as bad. Okay. Mediocre on this side as well. Definitely too much. I don't have a little... Should get out the little solder wick. Okay, I'm gonna put on the shopping list. Solder sucker and fan. Okay. Certainly not my best work. Cool. Wait, you stream VR content? I've got some VR content for you to try. What if I can give you a free key? Let me see if I can give you a free key for Volotic VR. Which headset? Okay, so that's all fine. And then I think I'm gonna do the pins around the edge just to like, do I want to do that or is that gonna be in my way? That's my instinct, is to do the pins at the edge. Huh. An index. So you primarily Steam games? I guess you can do whatever, Libra or whatever to get to Oculus games. Steam. Can I easily give you a Steam key for Volotic? If you want to try it. I have this beta game that I haven't touched in several years. Or it's not a game, but it's a music making. I'm gonna get the Steam developer. There, Steam partner. Cool. So it's a music making app that I have mobile versions of that I've been revisiting. I made it years ago and I'm just working on new releases. And once I re-release those, I'll probably revisit the that was weird. Why is that so dumb? I'll probably revisit the VR version, but you can play with it if you wanted. If you wanted to stream it, that would be cool. It is pretty, I don't know. Partner.steamgames.com. I guess one password's not working there. I don't remember what it takes, honestly, to get Steam promo codes. Usually it's kind of annoying. And then David Lobster, my business partner, has a couple apps. Cosmic Sugar is really good. If you haven't tried it, it's pretty freaking cool. Okay, we gotta do stupid Steam Guard. Okay, ancient keys. Do these keys work? I've probably already sent these out. Probably. Your key requests. Beta testing, beta testing, beta testing. It's been so long since I've even touched this. Kind of feel bad. Like, really, almost never. I don't know that anybody's ever bought it on Steam. I saw some on the Oculus Store, which is weird now because the desktop Oculus Store is basically dead. Okay, how do I get keys? Yeah, this is from... Oh my gosh. This is almost 5 years ago? Hurts my feelings. How do you get keys? Query Steam key, manage economy. I hate all App Store backends. They're all so bad. Weird thing is, on the homepage here, it says like, oh yeah, here's all the keys you've requested, but I don't see a way to request new keys. Okay, manage keys. Activated keys. Really? 2000? How do I... It wasn't some like developer or it was in a bundle, so maybe all these people got it in the bundle. I just do not see how to do this. Generate Steam keys. Why is everything so hard? My favorite, I think it doesn't get, I feel like it doesn't get enough attention, but Subnautica in VR is my favorite. Probably. But RE7 was good. I hate this. Why are all these so bad? Why is it so... All these stores are so bad. Like, why would you make it where when you go to the Steamworks dashboard, it says, hey, here's all the keys you've requested, but there's no link to generate new keys? Wouldn't that be the most obvious thing you could imagine putting there? Which is like, oh, here's the place where we're listing all your previously requested keys. Let's just put a link here that lets you request new keys. Doesn't that seem like extremely obvious? Doesn't that seem like the most basic thing you would want? It blows my mind how bad all of these. Don't want to watch a YouTube video about keys. I just want to know. Request Steam product keys on the application's landing page. Everything's so bad. Why is it so bad? I mean, that truly is part of the issue. Subnautica in VR, great. What's its face? Thumper in VR, great. The Jeff Minter games are crazy and great in VR. Res Infinite, Area X, great in VR. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess they really don't have a great deal of incentive because the audience of developers is smaller, so they don't have a great deal of incentive. Okay. This is... They don't have a great deal of incentive to make the developer portals good. Superficially, right? Where it's sort of like, oh yeah, you know. But that kind of ignores the idea of, but the developers are the soul of your platform. Like, your platform is nothing without the people making things on your platform. So you should be bending over backwards to give them a good experience. And that just isn't true. Okay. How many keys do I want? How about 10? I understand that I need to sell my game on others. Understand that, well, it's okay. I understand. Whatever, I understand. Key requests are usually reviewed within a day or two. Well, Tyrone, this is a sad story. I can't generate keys from my own software without waiting a day or two. Cool. That's cool. Okay, I'm going to get back to soldering. Well, if you want to join the Discord, I can give you keys maybe tomorrow. Okay, four. Why does the pin spacing on that look a little weird? Did I do something? Did I make a choice that was not the right choice to make? I mean, I think I laid these out with the idea that I could use some different, like a different footprint of, oh man. No, right. I made those JST. That's what I did. Those are JST headers. How could I forget? Okay. Oh, you're already there. Well, gosh. Sorry. Right. I forgot I made these JST. Do I have enough That's actually a concern. Like if I have to remake this. I still am in this this weird limbo of having not really decided. Okay, I guess I have enough. Just if we only do 6. Not really decided if I want to or like what my favorite headers are, I guess is a way to put it. Like, what's my preference here? Why do these not fit? Man, bummer. That is really disappointing. That is just... And I don't have any tiny PCB drills to bore these out. Are these not standard? Yeah, there's a bunch of different JST headers. Like, I don't know, there's a I have a kind of mixed philosophy on this stuff. So I have lots of like whatever, little boxes of things like that. The reality is, I think the good reality is that over time you kind of like narrow down to like, all right, these are the parts I actually use. These are the parts I actually care about. But it's hard to know at first, like exactly what you want or exactly what the right choice is. And so this is really disappointing. Ah, man. Okay, well, we're learning lots of exciting things here. And these are going to be fine, but those don't matter. Wow, so this PCB is just effed. Anyway, whether it's like screws or connectors or whatever, it's obviously way cheaper to buy them from DigiKey or Mouser in massive bulk. But my strategy is like, oh yeah, we start with all these little... The pitch is actually correct, even though I think there's something funny about these where they're at like 2.5 millimeters and not 2.54, so they're not technically 0.1. But anyway, I don't know. I guess I'm rambling about this strategy that I'm like, okay, I'm going to buy these like bulk connector, fastener, whatever boxes, and then as I use things, I'll replace them as I know more and more what I need or what I like. This is really disappointing. I mean, these are probably fake JST connectors, but they're like a fraction of a millimeter too small. And I mean, part of that is, you know, as I mentioned, this is really my first time using Eagle, and so like the Eagle parts libraries and all of that, I found a little confusing because sometimes the parts are just random. You just don't know where they're going to come from. Terry here, buddy. How's it going? Yes, I'm moaning because there's new things to complain about. After I just soldered this and was like, okay, I'll just deal with that. The PCB footprint that I used for the JST headers on this, it's wrong. And the through holes are too small to the point of, I believe, being fully unusable. And that would be the same problem here. And I don't have teeny tiny PCB drills. I don't think. And the smallest I have is probably just like... not nearly small enough. Like 1/16 is huge by these standards. So a little bit at a loss. Like, is it any way salvageable? I feel like the answer is no. And that is very frustrating. Very frustrating. Why is everything going wrong with this project? Maybe I'm just bad at everything I do. That really could be it. I should just stop doing anything. And that really is kind of a hard thing to know from I am kind of at a loss. Like, what could I do here? What are my options here? Teeny tiny wires that I just solder in would be one answer, and that would for sure suck. But it would at least let me test. I just don't, I'm okay, and I'm resolved at this point to ordering new boards. Actually, I was just able to kind of cram that in, or did it just push the pins up? Maybe it just pushed the pins up. Never mind. I don't think I was actually able to cram it in. Yeah, I just pushed the pins out of the hole. Oh. The DuPont connectors are even bigger, unfortunately. Which is what I had told myself when I laid this out, was like, worst case, I'll just use the DuPont connectors, even though I think the pitch is technically very, very slightly off. No, it doesn't look like it is. These top holes are for DuPont size. Like, the only thing really that I know that I have that would fit in there is just, if it even would, is some solid core wire that would just go in and get soldered, which would be super lame and really tedious. It would be like really annoying to have to do that. So I guess one idea is that I can just do one side. Oh, it's for this LED project I've been working on. And it's definitely not critical that I have a fancy fancy PCB for it. But it's a fair amount of, it's a non-trivial cable harness, I guess, because there's a lot of wires that need to come in. And so it would be a pretty big mess just on a breadboard. Okay, I feel like this connector I think is ruined. Oh yeah, I don't know. This it's dumb. It's just this when I use two of these Logitech cameras. Are they actually the same model? I believe they're both C920s. It is possible that one of them is like a C920C or something. I don't know. That's probably really disorienting. I started with Raspberry Pi. I don't know. I've become anti-Raspberry Pi because they're expensive and they're hard to find and they're annoying, and I don't know. An ESP32 is like $11 and can do most of the things with way less overhead. Obviously, there's certain things you just need a full computer for, but I've decided to become anti-Raspberry Pi just because I can't get any more anyway. And so it's easier to just say that I don't like them than to deal with the fact that I can't have any more. I mean, and in many cases, an ESP will do it arguably better. I mean, just in terms of less overhead, but in particular in the case of, as an embedded system, you set up your ESP32 and you can flip it on, flip it off. You don't have to worry. With Raspberry Pi, it's annoying because you have to go through the overlay FS issues if you want to try to make it immutable and so on and so forth. So, okay, well, this is pretty sad. This is a sad story. And it's especially sad because I at least wanted to see... Okay, this is just trash. I wanted to at least try to verify that I had wired the board correctly. So, we could figure it out, I guess. Just thinking here. Yeah. I just don't have a ton of extra. I mean, Ideally, I would check both of these sides. I don't want to. I could desolder them after the fact, but that's pretty annoying. I guess I could only solder the pins that I needed. For the ICs. Don't have to put the capacitors. Only have to do a couple resistors to test, so I could desolder and reuse, but it is a disappointment. I mean, it's a disappointment because I had already screwed up the boards, and then I was like, okay, it's okay. It's still, I can still test things. So this is a bit of a shock, though, really. Like, the ESP32 logic level is 3.3 volts, and on some LED strips, they're addressable LEDs. On some LED strips, you can get away with that for driving the logic, but on the particular strips that I have, 3.3 volts just isn't enough. So really, these are just a step up to 5 volts. This design is kind of based on the Paul Stoppergen's, whatever it is, Octo WS, whatever the model number is. Anyway, this particular design is kind of cribbed from that board, just as far as like, okay, you want to have a single device drive a whole lot of LEDs where there's going to be tons of potential for voltage issues and interference from the like really rapid communication on a whole lot of ports and so on and so forth. So yeah, so that just steps those up. Because it's 3,000 LEDs, and I'm trying to do them in blobs, basically, of 256. Just that gets me the best frame rate. I don't technically have to. My Steam key request has been denied. Your request may have been your key request has been denied. Denied requests 10 keys. I asked for just 10 keys. Your request may have been denied if it was for an unusually high number of keys, or if it was for the wrong type of package. I don't know. Don't know. I should just put it on itch. Okay, what can we do? Let's think about what we can do instead of what we can't do. That's so funny that those fit okay. So the problem is like, I don't know that I have agency over the footprint of these. I got these JST pins from some other library. And so I just don't know. If I have any ability to I mean, I could go in, I guess, and manually edit that, which would be annoying. But I don't see if this is XH connector top entry. So it's this one. And it doesn't show any variance there. Like some of these others you can... It's just a bummer. I just don't know if like... Editing this will be annoying for sure. But is that what we just have to learn to do? Does everything else fit? I think it's, if I had to guess, it's because I haven't touched it in some years, and maybe there's like banking agreements that are not updated, or you know, that kind of thing. I would. That's my assumption, is that it's actually a paperwork issue, but just don't want to dive into it right now. So where are some? So here's our ICs. So I guess one thing to do is just check our fit on everything else. And then I don't know what to do. It was actually not super easy to find those JST connectors, which was surprising because I think they're really common. I can't remember if I got them from SnapEDA or where I found them. I can't remember. But I don't think there's just like some easily configurable, like, oh yeah, just click here to change the size, no problem. Doing a bad job of lining these up. Get in there. Shoot. I kind of feel like all these holes are a little smaller than I would normally expect. I mean, you know, I like that, whatever that sizing is for the DuPont connectors, whatever that particular size of hole is what I would normally expect kind of for all components, but just not, does not seem to be the case. Okay, so that's doable. I wonder if I could test it with Swiss without actually soldering anything, because I really don't want to have to desolder these ICs. They're not that expensive if you buy them in bulk, but I just had to buy like 6 on Amazon or something, so they cost more than they should. Not crazy expensive, but definitely more than they should. So I already had to manually edit one of the templates. In fact, you know what? I think I already actually had to manually edit the 2-pin JST connector because it was weirdly below the surface of the board. So it's possible that I already have a... man, I'm doing a bad job. I think I've actually already set up whatever, like whatever cloned the library. But I think I can't... Oh, shoot. I kind of only remember doing it for the rats. The 2-pin one. That sucked. I almost had that, and then I... Okay, maybe I need a new strategy, which is just slightly pinch these together. I'm new to it, so I can't comment that much. Maybe I just truly don't know what I'm doing, but it does seem like a little unexpectedly difficult to find exactly the parts that I want. Also, I just put that in upside down. Incredible. Incredible. I'm on fire today. So what I believe I had to do was, and this kind of sucks, I think I had to duplicate the whole parts library so that I then had my own local copy of that whole parts library and then do the edits I needed. So that's so weird. The big capacitor pinholes are small. There's just so much inconsistency in the through hole sizes on this. Like every single thing on the board basically is a different size. There's a random resistor just lurking around. I don't expect that to be a problem. No. These JSTs are going to be a problem. Those capacitors are fine. These GPIO are fine. These JSTs are obviously all bad. This bigger cap is a little bit of a concern, but I think it's actually fine. boys. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. I actually don't think I do for this number of pins. So that's 10 on a side, so a 20 pin. That is a good suggestion, but I think I only have a couple, probably of only like 8. I don't have any bigger ones. It's not, okay, so capacitors are gonna be fine. So it really just seems the JFT connectors that have sort of plus here. Okay, as far as female sockets, unfortunately, I just don't think that I do. It's possible that they've been crammed in some random place. Look at this. Here's an 8. But that's the only place I would expect it. And it's really spooky box. So, is that it? Oh, you mean even, well, like the female DuPonty guys and just stick them in there? That's maybe true. I don't know if the pins are long enough on these, on here. But basically, yeah, you're suggesting just make that a female slot. I think I can get away with, I may be wrong about this, but I think I can get away with just soldering the pins that are critical, which is basically just going to be, looks like 2 grounds. I don't know where power is. Surely it's on a pin up top somewhere. Let's just be, now that I've put this, oh, I can look at here. Okay. So yeah, the 2 on top, one is power and one is direction. We do need ground for enable. So these 3 pins, switch back over here. Basically these 3 pins, 4, and then whichever port we want to use, 5, 6. So we really only need to solder 6, and I guess on desoldering 6 doesn't sound like too much of a nightmare, but still a bummer. I mean, these are probably knockoff JST headers, right? They're probably not actually the real deal. They're so close. I mean, they're close enough that it feels like if I just had anything I could stick in there, I could bore it out with like tiny PCB drills. I just don't have any. Lame. Okay, so if I was gonna try to fix this, the way to fix it, where the heck is that? So I think I like broke out this library already. Yes, so I did break out this library. If I can remember how to do this. So I actually made a change to the 3D representation of it, not the 2D representation of it. But I think it's these. Well, now I've already forgotten. What are these? In this design, we have this B2B XHA and B4B XHA. So those are our 2 culprits. In fact, here's the B2B XHA. But bafflingly, what did I do? Are these not? That's unusual. So there was an issue with the B2B that I had to edit to raise. like had to edit the 3D model, but I guess the 4s were okay. Just curious, if I zoom into this, can we see the badness? Yeah, we can. We can see the badness. We just see it before our very eyes with the model they provide, which is a bummer. Like, whoever made this, even in their 3D model, has it the full size and just has holes that are too small. Where did I get this? It was hard to find, I will say. Yeah, I mean, that's how this is on. The ESP32 is on with just row of female headers. But the IC holes are too small for the DuPont headers also, because they're also tiny holes, which is fine for the ICs, but it's not fine for the JST connectors. So this is, I truly don't know how to do this. How do we do it? Do we edit the pad? Right? Is that... What am I seeing there if I don't? It's kind of confusing. How do I... Don't say. So I believe I went in and I believe I edited the 3D model here. How do you edit this? Is there some separate parts editor or something? So this is from my user library. Edit library. And then that XH. Yeah, I think you're right. Edit description, edit attributes. How do I edit the thing? So that the other one is this one, this 4, which is we're also using, which I think we need to... Oh boy. How, edit description, create the new model. Edit. Well, that's just taking me here. Weirdly, when I turn... I just don't understand how to... That's interesting. Normally I would just expect to double click this sketch and be able to edit it. This is annoying. I'm bummed. Bummed out. Footprint editing mode. Package generator. That doesn't really... What am I missing? What I don't know is if that's just, is that like truly from a drawing, or is that generated like is that parametrically driven somewhere, you know? Like, is there some... receptacle. Like, I would kind of be able to, I would expect to be able to just edit this. Wait, now am I in the sketch? Or have I created a new sketch? Okay. Oh, interesting. Incorrect hole size is too small. It's a real bummer. Yeah, this is the exact problem I had with the bad placement of this. Choose the footprint. Okay, is there a way to do this without... Like, do I have to have my own copy of the library? Okay, so I have my local copy of the stupid library, and it sucks, and I hate it. Let's try this on the 4-pin first. Since I already messed with the 2-pin, it just feels a little weird. So, if I go here, reference package is not stored. Do you wish to copy the... Yes. So now I'm going to have my own version of this. And it's all fine, except the footprint is obviously wrong. That's really disappointing. Okay, well, at least I'm not the only one. It's not just me that has gotten burned by this. So for now, we don't want that. So, oh, I kind of do, actually. I mean, you can just see that it's bad. That sucks. It looks like an issue of a circumscribed square versus a, you know, where basically the circle fits in the square instead of outside. Although actually that's not even true, and it's slightly off center, so maybe it's just bad. Okay, so on this sketch, I actually want to be able to dimension these what I don't really understand is like, how are these defined? You know, like I want to, these are not holes as near as I can tell. There's just some bevels and it's just bad. I mean, I don't know. This is your first time watching Tyrone. I feel like lately all I do is complain about how bad everything is. Like, it really, I don't want to complain all the time, but it's real bad. I'm also just truly super confused by, okay, now I'm in, like, oh, weird. And now I can seemingly, but I can't dimension these. I really don't understand. Like, what are these? Okay, have I dimensioned that now? Like, what is this thing? Is pad not what determines? Am I misunderstanding this? Is pad not what determines the? You would think so, right? Well, I think the outer line is the exposed, is the edge of the solder mask, and this is the actual hole. That's what I think. But they don't seem to be, like, annotated in any way, right? Like, how do you... You know what I mean? Like, how... And weirdly, like, okay, if I trick it into letting me edit this sketch by just saying, oh, I want to draw a circle in here. Just kidding. So now I'm in the sketch. But what I would want to do is basically dimension this. So something is telling it that that is the appropriate size, right? Like that is somebody somewhere, some demon. So where does that come from? Is it in some way generated by the bodies? I wouldn't think so. By that drawing? Like, I believe this is edge of the solder mask and this is hole, right? Yeah, that is the mystery. There's secret parameters in here. So I don't think I'm in the footprint editor, is what I think. I think this is not the footprint editor. I think I'm editing the wrong thing. Right? I think that is explicitly the model, not the footprint. So let's work backwards with that assumption. Although now I've screwed up, I think. Okay. Let's just delete you for a moment. We'd ended up using it. I think I understand. That's not the footprint editor. So I think we instead need to be in here and look at that. I already forgot which one it was. It's this one, right? No. It is this one. We want this. How do we edit this? Or is this the footprint? Let's create new 3D model, rename, edit description. Like, how does one get to the footprint editor? I do it from here. There I can set attributes. This is the... I just double click this. I'm just gonna double click things. Okay, I did it. I double clicked a thing. That's what it takes. You can't. Okay, so I bet it's set here. Yes, it's there. And that's awesome. So what is the size that I want? What's like DuPont land size? Now I feel like I'm in a really weird case though, where I have like one of those duplicated. So out of curiosity, can I do something like this? Edit library. I don't really want a local copy. I just want to know the size. So let's see, DuPont connector drill size. Like, what is the... Holes are 40 mil. $40 Okay, so let's just walk through this. We're gonna go here. This is my library, which is my local copy. We're gonna find that ORPin XH, just here. Which seems like it has an edit now. And I'm gonna change this drill size to 40 mil. And I've hit some shortcut. Change this drill size to 40 mil. Is that an option? Funny that 39, whatever it is. I'm just gonna go for a nice 40 mil. Right? 40 mil. So can't we do like change drill to 40 to this and just go through and click these? Okay. Now if I save this, and now we need to go do the same thing here, which is independent of the 3D model. And we're gonna do modify, change, drill, boop, boop, and save that. So I think my problem though is it's gonna be an issue of which footprint I'm using. 2D and 3D are out of sync, but that's fine. Like, did that update or not? Are these 40 mil now? Why does the silk screen go over the hole? Is that really true? I guess it didn't really matter. Does the 3D model really matter? Not really, beyond just like a visual check. So in this case, the 3D model was broken and was like fully intercepting, so it was a little hard to like verify that things were okay. So that's why this one, I did update the 3D model of. It was just purely just a translation issue. This though really is, this is the drill sizes that are gonna go in. Like that looks smaller to me. That doesn't look like that updated. Right? So in other words, it doesn't feel like I'm using the right dude. Like this, I guess we could just try it. So one of these, like J1, for example, if I tried to replace this with my XH. Wait, what is this? Is this a better library? Oh no. JST XH4. I'm just gonna try this one and see. No valid assets have been accepted. Footprints required. Okay, I think that one doesn't have footprints. Okay, never mind. So let's replace with what should be from my library, which is here, with this 4-pin with my big holes. And we should be able to click between here and see the size of hole differences. Although it really doesn't look like it. In fact, it bafflingly looks like my holes. Did I edit the wrong holes? Oh no. How could I have edited? What? One of them says plus edits, but that is the one that doesn't seem... That's the one where the holes seem to be small. Okay, I'm going to swap it with the one... So one of those is from the connector library. Wonder if it's... You know what? Now I'm suspicious. And I think that Fusion broke it. I don't think it's the library. See if my suspicions are true. Look at that. Fusion broke it. Somehow, in making my local library, Fusion broke it? Is that what happened here? That's like... What a plot twist. Okay, I feel like we need to... I want to back up a little bit then. So, can I do a modify, replace, and let's just take a step back and try to ditch... Man, that's a bummer. Let's replace all of these. Even though I have no idea if it's actually doing it. I hope it is. It'd be cool to throw some indicator. Okay, so now if I do XH, they should all be... Yes, so those are all now from... I can't believe that actually worked without me even being able to see what was happening. Now we want this. Let's do... I'll replace. Yeah, I don't need to spend this much time on this today. Thought I was going to be like, oh, quick test and everything's good. Send it off to China, but no. Okay, from the connector library, let's now revert to this, which has a bad model. Presumably. Or maybe they fixed it. You know what? That would be funny. The bigger one, this is... Okay, here's my theory. And let me just do this and I'll talk through my theory. Because I think one of two things happened. So now if we go here, well, no. Now if we go, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to completely delete my local library. And I'll explain why in a moment, because I think I have a suspicion. So now let's update the 3D view. And this would be beautiful timing on my part. Oops. So watch right here for something fun to happen. Yes. So my theory, my fun theory is the following. One of two things happened. either after that person complained, they fixed it. And so, but I downloaded it between when I made my local copy when it was still broken, and then they fixed it, because it's actually right here. It looks, I mean, from my standpoint, it looks a little small, if I'm being honest, but that looks exactly right. This still looks a little small, but I think these are kind of like very idealized dimensions, and I think that would fit because these corners are a little rounded and so forth, because these aren't like perfectly hard. They still look a little small, honestly, so maybe we still will try to update them anyway. But so that's one possibility, is that they fixed it since then, or they even like, the more insidious bummer would be that they didn't fix it, but when I made the local copy, it shrunk the holes. Yeah, so either the like library download and conversion had some bad, who knows, some bad unit conversion or something, I don't know. Or they had fixed it since, but it would be weird that they would fix it and not have fixed this, you know? So part of the question, I guess, is this good enough for my purposes? Is it? So that is... Did that not measure? Or did it? Is it detecting that that's a round thing? Oh, I feel like I've got the measure tool figured out. It's area, loop length. Okay, measure tool. Like, can I just pick the measure tool and pick this object? Okay, I get a diameter, which is 0.03, which is 30 millionths of an inch, right? Or no, 30 thousandths of an inch, 30 mils. And we decided the fancy pants number would be 40 thousandths of an inch. But what was it before? It was small. I don't remember what it was, but it was small. It was little. So that's pretty frustrating. So it does break this package. Does that matter? I don't know. And just to like triple quadruple check, I did fix this. The thing that is the even bigger problem. You know, the thing that was clearly my fault is like, yeah, it's my fault. It bums me out. I'm disappointed in myself, but it was my fault. So yeah, that's 1 inch. So that's right now. But this kind of thing, me just like trusting that the library from Fusion is going to have the right hole size, and then it doesn't. That's kind of a bummer. So I guess a question is it possible for me, without editing the library itself, okay, so let's see what happens if I do this. I'm really curious. Upload this library to Fusion Team Edit. Link to the local library is not maintained. The libraries have been uploaded, etc., etc. So I'm going to make my own local copy of this. Right? Is that what I've done here? Now I'm going to save this library. And this is connectors local or whatever. So this is my local connectors library. Now, if we go back here and we search for XH, I'm sorry, it's the connector library. and we swap this, let's do a replace here with my local version. Is it wrong? So this is connector. Did I just rename that? Oh well. I just want to know, is this going to break the group? So now if we filter here, connector, oh, I said name wrong, whatever. Now if we go here and we look at this fellow, it looks right. It actually looks correct to me. It's not the tiny babies. So is it truly that when I made the copy, it was buggy and they have since fixed it? It's from like less than a month ago. I guess we could try to look in the library manager. Maybe it shows updates or like a change log or something. So we have this. That's my... Oh, look at this. Update to latest version. Now I'm confused though. Is it connector? Is that the library I want? Okay, let's back up again. So I want to kind of undo the switch of this. So these are both from the connector library. So let's delete this. I said delete this. It's in use and can't be. Okay. Now can I? Yes. Okay. So what is this though? Like, look at this local version of this. So that's separate than the one that I had saved in the project. So don't use this. Instead, use this. Update to latest version. Now we're on version 24, and we were on version 18. It's going to say fixed problems with hole size. Yeah, that's. I bet it does. I bet it does actually. That's going to be funny. It's going to be sad, and I'm going to cry. Yeah, probably. Date created. Okay, there was new stuff added really recently. So it has a creation date, but it doesn't have a... Wow, it was 4 days ago was the last update. So that's pretty funny. So it has a created date, but it doesn't seem to have an updated date, which is disappointing. So the footprints of this does say version 2. Definitely says version 2, but it unfortunately doesn't show if there were updates or not. Okay, what about the package? This package is version 6. Okay, it's still bad. So that's still bad, which somehow makes me feel better. I don't. It shouldn't probably, but can I file a bug report? I wish it did show the update. It's a little disappointing that it doesn't. I want to submit a pull request. Yeah, it's this dummy. Why does that say V3? Oh, the 4 is V3. Interesting. But this one's still V2, I guess. Wait, that says V6. So it's V6 and it's still stupid and broken. Okay. Well, awesome. Cool, 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 cool. Well, this doesn't seem like the right one though, does it? Actually, it's funny. Why is it showing a different icon? How do I demand that it's always using this? I don't even want this. Get out of here. Can I delete this? Evil examples connector. It looks like a lot of these I ended up with weird local libraries. I don't really understand why I can't delete it. Okay, but I don't think I'm using it. I think I'm using this. Let's verify that, I guess, by replacing this yet again. So let's do a replace. And let's try an XH. So this is this dummy. So it's wrong. That was still using the local one, so I do need to replace all these, which kind of sucks because there's no feedback that I've done it correctly. Okay, so let's do a modify, replace this XH with this connector, not the local one, presumably. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Why did that move? 5, 6, 7, 8. So they made it worse. They made it worse because now it's not centered in the right place. Tyrone, why is it worse? Now it's centered on pin 2. And I can't just move this, right? So now the PCB is going to be messed up. Cool. And those labels are obviously messed up, which is great. So can I grab all these? And can I also grab... I don't know if it's going to let me grab those. And why can't I now properly align this relative to the stupid... Oh my gosh. Why doesn't... Why? Why? I can't even snap this right? At least it seems like the pin spacing is very slightly different now. Maybe it really is that difference between the 2.5 millimeters versus 2.54 millimeters. Well, that's dumb as all hell. Good enough. I hate the move tools in this. They're not good. Have I clicked you? I don't know. I have. We're moving. Okay, great. Oh boy. I mean, I don't think these are even on the silk screen, so they don't matter too much, but still is annoying. I think we did mess with the PCB. It's going to be misaligned by 10 mil, not millimeters, 10 mil. Oh, my beautiful, beautiful hard work. Well, this was a great update. Definitely love it. I think the whole board's going to be weirdly screwed up now. Okay, but now are we XH and everything is from the remote library? So if it's broken, at least it's officially broken, right? And that's important. Yes, which is pretty cool. That's definitely useful. That's a big shift. So the way I used to design inferencing, not really know what I was doing, was basically like I only used the circuit board view and was basically designing the circuit while laying it out. And that's actually really bad. It's really easy to make mistakes that way. It's way easier to just lay out your schematic and create these, I guess they're called nets. Which is to say, like, hey, this is connected to ground. It doesn't matter where the ground comes from. It's just connected to ground. I could explicitly connect it here, but I just, for my own sanity, I wanted things to have a little bit of separation. But all I have to do is go to pins and say, like, this is connected to ground, this is connected to ground, you know, and explicitly say that. And then not worry on the schematic, like, how do I get ground over here? Like, it's irrelevant on the schematic. And then once I go to the PCB, that work is already done. And if you zoom in all the way on these, it knows this pin is ground, and it will not allow this pin to be connected to something that isn't ground. It won't pass the design rules check. And it knows that each of these traces, what they are. And so I can zoom into individual traces and verify, like, yeah, that's connected to the thing that I think it is. So that's pretty cool. Okay, it actually didn't change the footprint, which is weird. I didn't expect that. I thought it was going to mess up the footprint. To make things even more confusing, which just makes me think somebody worked on this that didn't care, because no one is good at their job. In this case, it's centered on pin 1. Like the pin of record seems to be pin 1. But in the schematic, the pin of record, even though everything else is centered, seems to be pin 2. Why? Why, you ask? Don't know. And just to give them the benefit of the doubt, what if I just dragged out a totally new, fresh one? Yeah, pin 2. Why? Oh, Tyrone. And it has lots of features actually for like automatically routing things and all that stuff. It's pretty cool. Okay. Well, we got bigger holes. Are they big enough? I sure freaking hope so. I really do. Can we go to our... Oh yeah, this is still broken. But... I kind of want to fix that just for completeness sake. You know, what would be cool is that if I could say, like, even if like in the library editor. Is that this? No, sorry, not there. No, not there. In here, in the library editor, if I could just kind of have like a little local, like a little override, that only overrides the model. So in other words, like I want to be able to say like, hey, I don't want a whole clone of this. Can you just, yeah, you can open in library manager, but I don't know if that's the whole library. It's not what I want. New library is linked to the original. You can pull new changes. So if I do this, what happens? Like what library am I actually looking at? Save this document to create a Fusion Team linked library. So if I say this, this is like connector linked library. I really only need one, but you have to get 5. So, I mean, I essentially just wanted one, so it doesn't matter that much. And it's not very expensive. I mean, really the downtime is just the weight, which I could pay, which I guess I'm going to have to expedite because this project, I really want this to be done before the end of the month. The real question is, do I solder this all the way up and test it before ordering another round? The camera only glitches out, weirdly, only seems to glitch out when I have both cameras up. I don't know if there are firmware updates for the C920 firmware. Probably not. It's an ancient camera. And it's weirdly possible that like one of these is a C920 and one is the C920S or whatever. I hate them. I had to write special software to just try to get them to use my camera settings. So I have this special tool we wrote last year to like force camera settings because Windows will just let anything decide to totally change and mess with my camera, and the camera device itself doesn't save the settings. It sucks. You'd think they would have come up with a newer, better camera in the last 10 years, but the answer is no, haven't. We still use this 10-year-old camera, probably longer at this point. I mean, I know there's more variants of it now, C920S or whatever, but I don't think that I would call it better. You just don't mess with... Yeah, well, you can use my cool app Camparam, which whole purpose is... is to enforce them at like the whatever it is, stupid direct show level. In fact, I think maybe it's even, I don't remember what stupid ancient Windows API I ended up having to use. I truly can't remember. Something dumb. Some API that's been in Windows for 15 years and is just sitting below layers of other crap, but it's still the only way to do this particular thing. Well, it's very Windows. There's a couple of them. So I think there's another one called Cam Setter, but it didn't do exactly what I wanted. So, well, you may have used something in the family. But I got it at least pretty tight. What is this stupid, and it's D-show, so it's direct show. Okay, so the real question is this good enough? Like, did we fix it? Man, this is a time it'd be good to have an oscilloscope. Even then it would be a little hard to know. Just is worried about my wiring. The main thing I'm worried about is I tried to be fancy and be a fancy person, and use mirrored. Instead of flipping one chip upside down, I have like the direction flipped between the two because I thought that'd be a cool guy thing to do, so it could be perfectly symmetrical. I think I have the ESP32 spacing correct now. That's what my test measurement was. Sure freaking hope so. That was embarrassing. I understand what was going through my mind that led to it, but man, it was embarrassing. So just to verify, measure tool, pin to pin. Leave nothing to chance. From here to here is exactly 1 inch. Fancy Mitutoyo calipers say, well, it's not, you know what's funny is I just bent those pins all over the place, but had I not bent the pins all over the place, where's an unbent pin version? None of this would have happened if I'd gone with a different package. If I'd like gone with this Feather S3 package, but I was having some issues with it. I've grown to like ESP32s for sure. Like they're definitely growing on me a lot. Getting the tooling just right and the ability to write just right is a bit annoying, but there's just so much variance in all the like, you know, cheap dev boards from China. There's so quality control or consistency is just not really a thing. Okay, everybody look at this. We'll look at it together. Fresh from the package, unbent pins, fancy Mitutoyo calipers, set to inches. So pin to pin is going to be slightly wider, obviously. There's a fancy way to do this. I kind of forgot how to do it, where you like measure the inside and then the outside and split the difference. I think that's how you do it. I've also bent them very slightly. So this is 1.5 mil over, and then we should expect to find the inside 1.5 mil under. Or thereabouts. And then at the middle should be 1 inch. And we could also just try to eyeball it and just say like, the center of this pin and the top of this pin, bottom of this pin should be, in fact, another way to do it would be to just set this to 1 inch. The bigger concern is the hole size, I think. I guess we can measure those. Okay, 1 inch. 1 inch. I can see the pins bent in just because of the soldering job on here, but measuring on the top, it is center to center, so I can see that. So that seems reasonable. Yeah, that's the problem, right? These 1 inch ones are bad for breadboards. They're terrible for breadboards, in fact. They leave one row. What I was doing early when I was doing this is just run pins out, you know, like run some across. And then the other thing I did was have 2 breadboards together and do this. Oh, it was even wider than a single row. That's even weirder. So that must have been 1.1 inches, which weirdly is what mine is. So that means your ESP32 would work on my incorrect board. Perfect. You can do this. Kind of. Weirdly, it doesn't fit or didn't fit for me with just board to board. I had to actually also take the power rail off of the other board to do it. You can get ESP32s in the feather format, the Adafruit feather format, that are narrower. The pinouts on them are a little weird, but I do like that idea in general of using like a standardized board format, because then you can drop in, you know, other microcontrollers that also adhere to feather. Like I have another project that we're working on is using whatever it is, Raspberry Pi 2040, their microcontroller. and it will. There's also feather formats of that. So you can get a feather format of basically any board. So if you just always design to feather, you will always know that you will fit. Oh yeah, that's a good plan. But the feather boards tend to be more expensive, and the feather board that I got, I was having annoying programming issues with, so I just didn't do it. Okay, so yeah, right. The other thing to check is while we've got the calipers out, I guess let's measure some pins. I do like my fancy Mitutoyo calipers. I am disappointed that they don't do fraction of an inch. I have to admit that. Maybe there's another model that does. My non-fancy Neko calipers do. So actually we need these in... Why are you ignoring my... There we go. That's 2.0, but we'd actually have to measure on the diagonal, right? Because we want the widest spot. So this is a little concerning, I have to say, because this is basically 32 mil. And weren't those holes 30 mil? The ones from the template? This one's 32, yeah. Magnifying glass. I don't know. How big are the ones on the board? Probably too small for me to measure. Let's see. Can I? It'll be so tiny. These are basically, I mean, from what I can tell with the calipers, 27 mil ish. So it feels like 32 would be crammable, but it's definitely not a lot of breathing room. What kind of microcontroller projects are you working on, Tyrone? Okay, so let's go where? Here. Is that a little suspicious? It's a little suspicious. Because I bet if we do measure this corner to corner, it's actually 36 mil, which is, you know, essentially what I measured. I measured 35 mil. I measured 32. But it's hard to know if I was right on the edges. I mean, there's no perfect rectangles and no perfect squares in real life, but should I be worried? So now we have this fancy linked library, whatever that means. So we could go into this XH, and now we can double click on this and be in the footprint. And so now we can click this and get properties, and it's 33 mil. Oh, really? Cool. What was your like data collection strategy for all that? Okay, so I mean, should I be worried about this? Or is that like fine? It's an interference fit, but at like thousandths of an inch. I'm not a machinist. My brain doesn't work in thousandths of an inch, really. Now, while we're here, it might be worth editing this dummy though, right? The reference package is in Fusion Team. So can I like do a just make a new copy and update the reference? Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's just dumb. It's just a mistake. Just a dumb mistake. That's all. All right. And that's all it takes. Is that gonna do the thing? Like, is that gonna, like, propagate all the way through the world? Or do I have to do something else? Oh, cool. I haven't done much with MQQT. Cool. I need to do some MQQT stuff. I do lots of stuff where it's like, I mean, obviously with Heat, but with a lot of projects where it's just like, I got a lot of packets. I got to get around the house. Why are these holes so small, and why are these holes so big? That seemed weird. It seemed like a weird thing. Okay, so did that fix the package? The answer is no. It does not appear to have fixed the package. So how can I fix the package? If I have like, I mean, that looks fixed. To push these changes to library IO, use manage. But I don't think it's not going to let me do that, right? I'm not allowed to do that. So I have a linked library. I've messed with the linked library. I guess the confusion now is whether or not my parts are coming from the linked library or not, right? So I think they're not. And I think I have to go in here. And so I think to fix this, I would need to go here, replace this package with the one in the linked library. Well, I was wrong. Oh, but maybe in the library manager that's set to be my linked library? I don't know, man. So in the library manager, connector linked library. So I would want to do that. Oh, should I just leave that one? I don't know. I don't know the answer. Wait, didn't I just say that it was okay to use connector? Is it the wrong one? It was. Use that one. Okay. I don't know. But now I do want to replace this with the XH. Wish I would keep that search active. From connector in my linked library. Maybe. Just worried that's gonna mess with my holes. I don't want anyone or anything messing with my holes. Okay, that's fixed. All right, I have to text someone and tell them how frustrating this is. I mean, the problem is I don't really know if my holes are good, you know? My holes are So what was it off? 0 by... It's like 0.005. It was like 5 mil, right? Between like 27 and 32-ish, something like that. Oh boy. Okay. Well, you know, lame. I don't know what to do at this point other than just order more. I'm trying to think like, oh man, is it like worth it to try to test this? I'm going to be real sad if I order this and it comes wrong again. But it just seems annoying also. It's like, what do I do? Terrier, Tyrone, what do I do? If I'm gonna order, I should order today. Maybe there's a Valentine's Day coupon, perhaps. Okay, I'm gonna update this to V3 just before I forget, because I've been making changes. I don't want to accidentally. Boop. Okay, so what else could be wrong? Obviously, this is real simple, right? Like this seems real simple. It would be really hard to mess this up. Ground seems pretty freaking simple. And the rules check would tell me if something was, let's run the rules check and just check. No errors. I have a friend with a fabrication shop that wants a big fancy sign with like a addressable LED kind of. It basically looks like a light fixture for his fabrication shop that is in the style of sort of like the Scoreboard in the center of a sports arena kind of thing. And so this just has like a little web server on it, and you can send messages to appear up there. So it's pretty cool. And I'm doing him a favor by doing it at a kind of massively reduced rate in the hope that it'll bring in some more projects so that, you know, maybe he'll get more clients with this as a showpiece to do more stuff like this. Which would be cool. So it's work for hire, but it's not like a, you know, time crunchy critical client job or anything. So it's not like I have to try to pay $2,000 to overnight new boards from China or something. But I definitely had hoped for this to be done by the end of this month. And so, yeah, if it was me, I mean, I was, you know, that mistake of this mistake, the spacing mistake bummed me out, but it wasn't critical enough to like stop the project. Right? It was sort of just like, ah, that sucks, but still would like to try to get through this, you know? So, but these other issues, pretty annoying. It would just be so much soldering just to be able to test this. I mean, I feel pretty confident in this circuit. I really checked it and checked it and checked it and checked it. And I did it on a breadboard. I guess the one due diligence I will do is just really, what is this package called? Let's check the data sheet here one more time, because that's really the only part where it's like, oh yeah, there's room for failure here. Especially with the direction thing. That would be a sad story. Okay, so can I? Thanks. Okay, facing up. That's right. Is this the right thing? It's actually the right body. HCT. Yeah, I think it is. Okay. Pen 10 is definitely ground. Pen 20 is definitely VCC. We're definitely connected to ground here. Grund. We're definitely connected to ground here. Grund. We're definitely connected to VCC. Another thing I want to consider. Definitely connected to VCC there. Definitely connected to VCC there. So we've powered this chip. It does occur to me, this voltage, this logic is all... Is that true? And is it okay? I think it is. I think it's correct. That I'm powering this chip with 5 volts. And I'm powering this ESP32 with 5 volts. But I'm using the ESP32's 3.3 volt pins up here for GPIO. So I think that's all right. So this GPIO is all 3.3 volt logic. All of these are 5 volt, and it only... We're never exposing... Yeah, I mean, this really doesn't go anywhere, right? Like, oops. I wish they made it a little... One thing I actually really miss from the... Okay, so we can just see as I click this where 5 volts goes on this board. It only goes to the decoupling capacitors and to power the chips. It doesn't go anywhere else. Well, it goes one other place, which is pin 1, which is the direction pin. So this is the critical one. High means A to B. So it would be like 1 to 18. Yeah, high, it says here. Sorry, from 2. High is basically from left to right. So when that is pulled high, it's A to B. So I have A to B here and it's pulled high. Low is B to A. And this is pulled low, so it's B to A. This is the B side of the chip going to the A side. I think that's right. And the only other thing we have is output enabled, which when output enabled is pulled low, all ports active. So I think that chip is right. Yeah, that's the, and I don't know. It's one of those things where it feels like I'm being fancy and I should have just like flipped the chip around or whatever, but I don't know. I wanted everything symmetrical. So I think we're good there. And I think that, like, I hate that there's not just a mode for me to click. I essentially just want like a, I want to just be able to click and see I want like a meter almost. Like, can I do Fusion 360, click and see whole net? I mean, it's essential. The direction pin, obviously, I want to be able to use it just for beautiful symmetry. Like, I want to highlight. Click the route command and start routing. Clicking a new. In the schematic and board, activating the show command. What is that? Show? Show. Is that what I want? Okay, great. That's what I wanted. I mean, I don't have to. I could have rotated this. This could have been rotated. So I could have had the IC upside down. It would have been annoying. You know, my routing, all the wiring would have been rotated instead of mirrored. So I think this helped my sanity. I don't know if that's really the design choice. I mean, the fact that you can drive it, I assume there's some scenario. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing. So let me just restate that. But I'm sure, I imagine there's some scenario where you would want to be able to do some bi-directional thing on the fly, right? Like there's some, there would be some reason where you want to like live switch. Seems weird though, because you're already assuming essentially that there's some voltage difference. Like, I mean, it's asynchronous two-way communication between data buses. Logic level and the direction pin. So I mean, I guess that means you could like use it bidirectionally, but I'm not. Okay, so let's just, now we can highlight this. This is VCC. So this is everywhere that we're sending 5 volts. So we're powering the ESP32, right? Because that's the V in pin. We are powering these 2 ICs on pin 20. We are also setting the direction on this one. And then for some reason I have mirrored the capacitors, but these are just decoupling capacitors. So that's fine. Decoupling capacitors, decoupling capacitor. That's all good. So that seems okay. I believe, because I think we want the logic level of the pin to be 5 volts. But actually I'm not 100%. Now I'm nervous that I have that wrong. Like, what is VCC? I mean, it's operating voltage range. I mean, in other words, I think the chip needs to be powered by 5 volts, right? Supply voltage. Well, it says the min is negative 0.5 and the max is 7. So what about the nominal rating? Okay, yeah, in here. 5 volts nominal. So I think that's fine. So we're powering these ICs with 5 volts. That's good. Now the 3.3 volt signal, we're just sending it up here for kicks, just for this extra GPIO stuff. I didn't have a reason for that. I thought maybe, like, I don't know, we'll flip some relays or something. Just optional logic. All of these nets should match where it's like, here's B left 7 to A left, sorry, B left 8 to A left 8. So this goes to here. That should be true for all these. This is BL 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is right. B 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The A's, which I didn't label there because they go through resistors, are AL. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this A, that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Same thing here. In this case, it's A right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. To the B right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I didn't name these nets. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should. Just annoying. Should I? Should I? Am I going to regret it if I don't? This would be like AR8 to BR8. AR8 to BR8. AR7 to BR7. And then we'll go make sure that looks good on the, oopsie, AR6 to BR6. Probably be easier to do on the schematic view, right? Tell these. I don't want to label them necessarily. AR8 to BR8, AR7 to BR7. That's not actually true. Not really a true statement. It's really to the resistor. How do I want to describe that? What's a reasonable name for this? It's sort of like B1 to BR1. Maybe that's more appropriate. And I'm just doing this because I'm paranoid. Just because I feel like, I don't know, having the unnamed nets just suddenly made me nervous of like, oh no, I'm gonna like not see something. Wait, that's not 4, is that 5? Okay. Probably a more appropriate way to do that, but oh well. This will be A1 to AL1. Wait, 6. Falling apart. Okay. Feels slightly better. Being able to see this. So, what? When I tried to generate Steam keys for my own game, Steam wouldn't let me. Rude. So just to be clear, this is B1 through 8, so that all looks correct. That's B1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that goes to these. And that's to BR8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that seems okay. And over here. A1 to L1. 2 to 2, 3, AL3 to AL3. And that's up to 8, not including the ground. AL8. Okay, that seems okay. All right, so that is all of our logic. And that only leaves ground, which goes all over the freaking place. Go. Okay, ground goes to the SP32. It goes to the direction pin and the out pin enable pin and the ground pins on the ICs. It goes to the decoupling capacitor. It goes to well, that's kind of funny, actually. No, that seems right, actually. Okay. Coupling capacitor. It goes to, there's like these pins that pair up with the outgoing logic pin, so they all have a power and ground that they get split on the JST connectors. Which I made 4-pin JST connectors just because the panels kind of work in pairs. Ground, and we also get a ground on GPI out. So seems okay. I'm gonna order more of these. How much money I'm gonna waste on these? I chose not to do that. That's a good question. And in other projects I've done that, but this is like I have 2 300-watt power supplies. It is a lot of current, and I don't want to run that current through this board. So I'm only sending ground and signal and data to the boards. And actually the ground isn't even for the lighting. It's not even for anything at all, actually. It is purely for like noise. So I have a pair. It should be a twisted pair, really. Which I thought about doing. Like those octo boards deliberately use Ethernet cable to get twisted pairs, but I'm gonna try to not be that fancy, and we'll see how it goes. We could do just twisted pairs of. Actually, what did I decide I was going to use on those? kind of can't remember what wire I thought I was going to use on those. I think it was just this like ribbon cable wire that I have, which I think it'll be okay. I think it will be okay. Yeah, and then at the panels, we just plug the data and the ground in, and then we'll get the separate ground from the power supplies, and we'll get the power from the power supplies. I thought about it, and I've done other LED projects with way fewer LEDs where I do exactly that. Like, essentially have a 3-pin out here per connection, which makes a lot of sense, makes life easy. That's what, those panels and strips are generally three pins, but in this case, that would be like, 600 watts at pretty high current too, because it's only 5 volts. So these are only 5 volts instead of 12 volts or 24 volt LED strips. So I just didn't want to cram that much current through these boards. I could have with fatter traces. Yeah, exactly right. And I have to, like, the panels are such that you do have to, like, periodically inject. So you can't just power it on one end of the strip. There's too much. What is the company? That's these. So they actually have, for this reason, power injectors like in the middle of the panels even. I'm not going to do that per panel, even though you can. You can, like, in addition to your power in the middle, you can just power here. What I'm probably going to do is I'm going to send my data and ground into the end here. And then power in the side. And that's only to save me a very minor annoyance of having to couple the grounds, the ground from the power supplies and the ground from the PCB. And I think that will be okay. That's how I did it in my mock-up that takes up my entire living room floor. This is definitely the most LEDs I've tried to address by a lot, probably by like 2 or 3 times, maybe 3 or 4 times. And it is because they are 5 volts, the current is so much higher. And so I'm having to think about things like wire gauges and stuff that yeah, I think on long strips, I've definitely done the, like, just do both ends. In this case, I mean, just look at, like, one of those panels is 768 LEDs. So just for one panel, they are giving you the opportunity to inject at both ends and the middle. But in my testing, I didn't need to. I think that's mainly because I'm generally not lighting. One, I'm definitely not doing full brightness on these because they are outrageously bright. And 2, I'm generally, it's text. So most of the sign is not turned on at any given moment. Okay, everything is saved. We're going to do the design rules check. I'm really glad I didn't order these yesterday. I'm very glad I didn't order these yesterday after I saw the spacing problem. Okay, we're all good. Check. No errors. So obviously everything is perfect and I didn't make any mistakes. This might be the first time. I mean, I've definitely had to, like, iterate on PCB designs in the past where it's like we try some and then it's like, should have added this, whatever. And then you buy another round. This might be the first time that I've just, and again, I only do, like, I probably average one design a year or something like that, but I think it's the first time where I was just like, oh, this is straight up wrong. Straight up busted. Okay, I guess I'll get faster shipping and so on and so forth. If I had designed these in easy, actually, I have a recommendation. The shipping is what takes the most time and what costs the most. The PCBs are almost free. And in fact, if I was going to just recommend to you a tool to use, if you just use Easy EDA, which is the online tool made by the company that owns, JLC PCB, they essentially give you free PCBs. They like give you credit to get free every month. I think you get basically free PCBs. The only reason I decided not to do that was because I'm already using Fusion for other things. So obviously I want it to be white, even though it's slower.
The most important thing is that we're able to be one-to-one.
Leave everything else alone.
With each other at the moment. That's what's important.
This DHL, I mean, if you don't want to pay a lot, if you don't care about how long it takes, I'm at $4 engineering fee. The PCBs are $2.80. And if I do 2 to 3 days lead time, I'm at $6.80 and then $3.66. So if I didn't care, if I didn't care that it took 2 to 3 weeks to get these, it would basically be costing me $12 for 5. And I think that's actually the lowest quantity you can order. And going to 10 doesn't even double it. Okay, but I don't want to wait that long. Actually, that increased the shipping a surprising amount, though. That was weird. Maybe because, like, with that one, they could just put it in an envelope. So this is what I've done in the past. You can pay a little more. Oops. Like, you do $6, and then you get it, I was interested in this one, though. The 2 to 4 business days for $20. Given that I'm already, like, kind of behind on this project, and I just want to get it done. Tempted to just do it. I think you should, and truly with that, if whatever it is, if you use Easy EDA, which seems reasonably good, here's the advantages I think to Easy EDA. One is it's like tied into their production pipeline, so it's very easy to go from that straight to an order. Also, it's tied directly into their components catalog, so it's very possible that I would not be having the stupid problems I'm having with those JST connectors had I used Easy EDA instead, right? Like, it's possible that I could, like, everything would have just been good. And then the big crazy bonus is they give you coupons to incentivize using it. So, and I think it's totally free. Is that not true? Maybe it must have some. Standard edition free forever. Professionals are free for now. Oh, I see. They have advertisements in them if you don't pay. But... So anyway, that's probably what I would, if I just was going to go with it. There's also PCB Way, which is pretty good. And then here in Oregon, we have Osh Park, like a local place, but let's just for kicks. So I could have this, let's just say I didn't do the really fast shipping, and I was fine having it, let's say this, in under 2 weeks. I would have this in under 2 weeks, like a week, week and a half. So we're basically looking at $15 for 5 from the other side of the world. I would like to use the local company, but I think I can just almost guarantee you it's going to be like an order of magnitude more expensive and probably slower. Let's see. So we do Scoreboard. And they only have purple, I think. Maybe that's not true anymore. Let's just see. producing perfect purple PCBs promptly. I'm gonna claim doubt on the prompt part. But let's see. I'm gonna say it's gonna be real expensive and it's gonna be slow. They look nice. Looks nice. How big are these holes? Are they big enough? They look kind of small, don't they? I mean, they're definitely smaller than these DuPont holes. I'm worried about the holes. I'm still worried about the holes. Should I still be worried about the holes? Tyrone, should I be worried about the holes, or do you think they're okay? They look to be the whole size, like, of the capacitor. Maybe the resistors too. Like, can these fit in those holes? Where's the ones I pulled out? Let's see. They do fit in the resistor holes. They do fit in the capacitor holes. They even fit in the, actually they do. They do even fit in the IC holes, which are very small. They just don't fit. Yeah, they definitely grew for sure. I'm just a little worried that like they're still too small. But even those IC holes fit the DuPont. It's just one last sanity check. How big are those? Because they look small. And if they're okay, then I think we're fine. Like this hole. How big's your hole? This hole's diameter is 29 mil. And it fits. This hole's diameter is 31 mil, and it fits. Huge, huge holes. This hole's diameter. Wrong hole. Oh no. It's 3 mil. But it was bigger than the 29. How big are these? $29. And it fits. And this footprint also got updated, right? $3 mil. Okay, I'm gonna say we're okay. If we're not, then I don't know what I'm gonna do. Order some tiny PCB drills. Okay. How much is this gonna cost? Can I get only 5? No. Can't get less than 6. So it's $28.35 instead of, just give them the benefit of the doubt. Can I do it? No, I can't do 6, but the approximately equivalent. Instead of $6.80. That's without shipping. Oh wait, that's an old board. Why is that still in here? That's an old board. Look at this. It's $50 instead of $6. Instead of $7. So freaking expensive. Ships in 4 to 5 business days. That's how long it ships. So with the fast service, it's 4 to 5 business days. With the regular service here, it's 2 to 3 days. And how much is fast service? It literally doubles the price. and then shipping, keeping in mind that I live in the same state. I would prefer that it just, can I get an estimate? Oh, I wish it just good. I think it's a public address. That would be sad if that was like my personal address. Okay, I can't be bothered to check out shipping, but forget it. It's unfortunate, but it's just okay. So should I do it? Should I just do the fast? Pretty wild that I could get them that fast for 20 bucks. So it's like double the speed for roughly 2.5 times the shipping price. I don't know. I think it's worth it. I do want to finish this month. I probably won't. Finish this month. Oopsie. I bet my holes would have been right if I had done that with Easy EDA. What do you think of that? Feels true. Feels like a true statement. Okay, these are whiteboards. We're doing this shipping. Get special gift offer with Easy EDA project. Get $8 off every month if you use Easy EDA. Excuse me. I kind of just burped into the microphone. I apologize. That was really gross. I hope you couldn't hear that. Rude. It's like bad ASMR. You didn't hear it? Okay, then it never happened. I guess the noise gate saved my life. So let's check my cart. 5 of these. And sometimes another thing I really like about JLC PCB is sometimes when you get to your cart, there's just like magical mystery coupons there. Oh, cool. Let me know how it goes. If it's bad, I apologize. Okay, we're gonna try this DHL Express Worldwide. We're gonna prepay. This is that weird thing where they charge you extra to use PayPal, which definitely makes me want to use PayPal because I'm just so suspicious of that. Okay, we have all these coupons, but I think unfortunately we can't use any of these. It's too bad. PayPal, they charge 50 cents. I think I can live with that. Okay, business credit card. Well, it's a bummer. I mean, that last money was wasted, but good practice. Oh, really? Yeah, it seems like they've been, both PCB Way and JLC PCB, I've seen like basically sponsored streams from them, which obviously they should give me money. Would I take it? Yes, I'm ready to sell out. Give me all of the money. Okay, I think we did it. Okay. Well, so a little disappointing for sure. More than a little disappointing. That whole size thing is really, really sad, really unfortunate. Really bums me out. But what are you gonna do? Okay, I need a quick bathroom break and I'll be right back.
answer. Well, here's the sweet shop's answer.
Hello there. Of course, we lost our camera settings because Windows is garbage. The trash machine. Maybe OBS is garbage. Maybe it's all garbage. Maybe the C920 is garbage. Okay. I think we're gonna be done with Scoreboard for the moment. I mean, there's certainly some software stuff we could work on, but I don't know. I've already spent so much time on it, so it's a disappointment. But what are you gonna do? So maybe we switch to Volotic for a bit. Is that what we want to do? I have a few loose ends from yesterday, because if you will recall, the stream died, or sorry, my laptop died when I started to upload the App Store version of this. Just about to do the stupid whatever archive project, like the whole song and dance you have to do to upload things to the Apple App Store. So let's just do that. Didn't I have the... No. Didn't I have the... There's other things to finish with the bot as well. I thought I had it up. In fact, we're like basically ready to switch. Oh, should we do that instead? Let's try to do this quickly. I just wanted to bring this up quickly just to like verify that the channel name change works. Project next Scoreboard. Okay, did we get the update? No. Wonder why. There we did. Okay. I think the bot's working. Okay, so Terry Darts very rudely found bugs in Volotic, which was like such a jerk thing to do. Why would he do that? So I was shocked. I thought he would at least have the courtesy to test it and then there would be no problems, but nope. Okay, so we want so I gotta kind of refresh my memory on this. I had started to automate some of this build stuff because it's so tedious and annoying, but I just have not done it fully. So the place where we got stuck is in Xcode. I believe it was some issue with it not liking something about my account because I had just upgraded from a teen account. Teen? No, I don't think it was a teen account. From a you know, what are they called? Individual account. Why does it make me archive it every time? That seems stupid, right? Do I actually have to archive it? Or have I already? Maybe I can use this one that I did yesterday. So if I try to distribute app to App Store Connect, and I try to upload it, it's probably going to complain. App Store Connect access is required. But it is. I see it. It's right here in front of my very eyes. I don't have an easy way to share this machine. I don't know that I want to, actually, because I've not been. This machine is more of a personal machine, so it'd be much easier to show a personal thing. I mean, I love it when Apple says, like, hey, a device is trying to access your account, and it's the device that you're on. How's that supposed to be secure? Okay, so App Store, but this is not really where I want to be, right? I mean, it says that I'm the person that I think I am, right? So kind of wondering if I have the wrong team or... Okay, somebody's saying restart Xcode. I'll try it. I'll do anything. I'd do anything for you, dear. Anything for you mean everything to me. It's like a weird quirk of history, if I remember right, with where the same episode of the Ed Sullivan Show that the Beatles were on also had the cast from the musical Oliver on, and a young Davy Jones, who would later be in the Monkees, was the Artful Dodger. Is that true? That doesn't even sound like it could be possible. It sounds like it sounds like something a confused person would say. Same night as the Beatles. Am I wrong? The other attacks that suffered from the excitement surrounding the Beatles, numbered among those performers, Frank Gorshin, Acrobats. Yeah, Georgia Brown with the cast of Oliver. But I'm pretty sure that Davy Jones was... Isn't that weird? It's funny that no one is mentioning the fact that the Beatles were on that day, but I'm pretty sure that's true. Weird. Weird thing. Okay, can we upload this? Seems to be uploading. I know you all come here for the cool Davy Jones, Beatles, Ed Sullivan crossover content. Okay, so we do this, and we do this. We get in here, try not to show like banking information. Got it here. Okay. So it seems like we're uploading a thing. So probably I will want this. issue is like, what if I don't want to use this version? Like, can I swap this out? Can I say use a different? Okay, yeah, I can. App Store Connect operation error. The app references non-public selectors. Of course it does. Of course it does. So does that mean it didn't upload? Builds. Where I love this. What is... just nothing? Is that what we're... So love that I can't delete this one where I had a bad version number and it will just exist forever, apparently. Well, this is cool. Cool. Upload it again, I guess. Because nothing works ever. It's just how things are. Things just don't ever work. I looked at like some automation tools for this. The problem is I don't know how often I'm going to do this. And so some complicated continuous whatever CI/CD strategy that then deploys to the app stores and so on and so forth, like this is so slow. This can't be that big, right? Okay, we ordered. Been approved. Thanks. Interesting spam. Okay, app references the non-public selectors in whatever. And I said done. Does that just mean it didn't work, or what's wrong here? Missing compliance. Standard encryption algorithms instead of, or in addition to, using or accessing the encryption within Apple's operating system. instead of, or in addition to, using or accessing the encryption with Apple's operating system. Instead of or in addition to using or accessing. I don't think that I am. Does it do compliance per build? Seems weird. Okay, so what were we doing? We were here. We were here. And this is 3 instead. I don't like that. I don't like stuff like this where it's like, man, there's already versions and build numbers and all this stuff, and you make me add it in another place. It's just another place for me to make a mistake. That was... Did I just lose what I was editing because it weirdly opened? What? That icon? Right. I'm gonna save. I want to click that again. Did it just... Oh, it's just... Okay, I thought it like went to the file. My mistake. Okay, so for test flight, what does that mean? Is this just some weird error? So App Store Connect users, that's already good. If I wanted it to be, add this to testers. Okay, so we have to do that to be allowed to externally test. Completed processing. Wait, did this upload it as 2 different things? Why? And you can't delete builds, I don't think, which is amazing. So because of some stupid... This is only going to expire that build, right? Not... Okay, you're waiting for review. Fine. Added that to external testers. So there's some way to do like totally public test flight, right? Okay, I think we've done what we can do with that for now. We uploaded the new build. We'll wait for it to get approved in test flight. We will lightly test it on some devices, and then we will release this thing and get rich, right? Actually, on that, I think pricing availability, we have to... So, how do you do this? It's kind of cool that they added that. There was this stupid thing with 1Password where, I don't know, what is hyperrate? There was a stupid issue with 1Password where oh, that's kind of cool. cute. What smartwatch do you have? I built a heart rate monitor once upon a time, and it was not very good. Oh, the thing I was going to say about 1Password, like they had this really stupid bug they didn't fix for a long time, and it was fixed in the test flight, but their test flight kept getting full because so many people were trying to get around this one bug. I really don't understand why this took so long. Apple Watch. No Fitbits? Okay, less than 50 euros. Great. Maybe. Cool. There's a pretty big sale on these recently. That's kind of interesting because there's some like meditation projects I've been working on where there was some interest in biometrics. David was trying to do some crazy like movement-based heart rate assessment where it tried to get like based on very minute like basically from your headset, look for an extremely minute but consistent move to figure out your heart rate. It seemed like it worked kind of okay. Maybe I should bring back my old heart rate monitor. It was not good. It's not a good heart rate monitor. Okay, maybe we're done with Volotic for the moment. And then maybe the only other thing I want to do, and I'm going to go eat lunch, is I think we should just like switch over to the new bot. I think it's time. I think it's time to do it, right? Right? I don't actually know if I think it's true. Do I think that's true? I think it's true. We gotta rip off the Band-Aid. There's probably some other things we want to move into it then. Okay, let's... I'll think about that a little bit. Okay, so plus BotMadeThis. And a bunch of like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of Twitch housekeeping you need to do. Okay. The cool bot. And then we have the dumb old bot somewhere sitting around junking up the place. That I kind of don't just want to throw away, though. Which was a little less annoying to... Oh, we kind of learned how, right? Like, be able to push just to some branch with a get mirror, I think it is. Anywho, so the thing I think we want to do is... What? So we had our cool splash screen in here, so that's probably a thing we still want. So that'll be on the website of things. Well, that's annoying. That was a weird thing to happen. Why? Why did that happen? I don't like Windows Explorer. Right now we only copy in a single source file. We don't like have some more sophisticated copy. We could. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should have a new public folder. And we just need to be sure that we copy the contents of public into dist as part of our build. That Is that fair to say? I think it's fair to say. That would let us move some stuff around, which might be good. So, or is this more annoying? I don't know. Is this too complicated? So, yeah, so we're copying. So what instead we want to do is copy, like copy dash A, public, everything in public into dist. Is that a reasonable thing to do? Does that work? Doesn't really seem like it did. I'm going to copy everything. Unless this is just not refreshing. I don't know. No, it's in there. No, wait, that's public. Dist. It didn't do it. So why wouldn't it do that? Is this a stupid like Windows copy thing versus every other operating system copy thing? Not what I wanted to do. I hate Windows. I know it's like not cool to hate Windows anymore. I mean, you're supposed to just be like, oh, it's all fine. Still sucks. Well, that's not a bad idea. Could live with that. Pretend we have a real. Sorry. Oops. Pretend we have a real operating system. What did that do? That seems to have worked. Okay, so the complicated thing that we just had to woof. Okay, let's try to remember how to do this. So we need to npm run build watch. We could probably just call dev. And then inside the server folder, npm run dev. And then we should be able to localhost whatever. Awesome. Why is that true? Is this that cool thing where just like somebody loves to just leave a random million Node.js processes running? By somebody, I think I mean Visual Studio. Visual Studio Code, I should say. Oh, that make things mad? You mad that I killed your process? Have I broken the stream? Still appear to be streaming, but I can't use my mouse. The mouse is doing cool stuff. Tyrone, did you take control of it? Okay, I've got it back. My mouse was suddenly under control. I started building a thing that would let chat take control of the mouse, and then Kyle ruined it. Discouraged me. It discouraged my art. Okay, so we need... Where are we? I didn't show a secret, did I? No. You know how I like to show secrets. So, oh yeah. Localhost 8077. So we just want to be sure that standby works. And it does. So that's good. Not crazy about having to deploy just to edit that, but oh well. It's all bad. It's all just bad. Windows is... I feel like there's a period where it really seemed like Windows was trending to be a little better, or at least they were like, okay, that's interesting. Windows subsystem for Linux. Interesting choices. But it's still all bad, turns out. Still sucks. Okay, well, I kind of want to like unbend all my pins here. Could be a poor choice. Let's massage them back into place. Gently. Gentle massage. Gentle. Okay, that looks not too bad. Cram it in this breadboard to straighten things out. Even though it doesn't fit very well. Not a very high quality breadboard. Bin Eater would be disgusted. Wish Bin Eater released more YouTube videos. That would be... It's a very, very short list of people that I wished put out more videos. Bin Eater is on that list. Okay, as far as like features that we are missing, that we are absolutely not supporting here on the website, in public. One of those would be this little indicator in the corner, which is important because it lets me know if anything is working. Problem now is like it could be connected to one. I could be connected to the like local bot, and then its remote connections to to Twitch could be broken. But what are you gonna do? So where's our little indicator? Somewhere where we have the... What's the like fancy pants way to do this? If the pants that I wore were fancy, probably be in the back end bridge. Probably what we would want to say is that there's like, I just want this called back end. Okay. I don't know if I like that actually. Kind of don't. Well, that's okay. No. Wait, did I call it back end? Call it back end bridge. Whatever. Back end bridge. Back end bridge. And then we'll make a new file that is backend bridge.css. And then we do the silly trick of this. And then we want to get our indicator. Surely you just want to insert, I guess, in the constructor of this class. You want to do like window document insert append child, and it's window document create element div. Does this return the element? But what does class list return? Class list. Class dot class list dot add. What does that return? Nothing. So we can't do that. So let's do honest indicator. Oh my gosh, what's going on? I didn't. It's funny. Hello, Draclin. Hello, my good friend Draclin. I didn't. I could hear like it was kind of snowy, sleety last night when I came from the gym, but I didn't really think of it as like super snowy. But then this morning I saw lots of cars driving into town that were covered in snow. So I think. Oh, that's gorgeous! Wow. These fancy pants with their fancy pants axie draws. Are these fills? Now wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me that these fills were done with the axie draw? Terrier darts, is that a secret command? This is really beautiful. Gosh, that shadow infield in fill is wild. What, are you trying to say that my plotter can't do this? Are you challenging me to a battle with the axie draw? Challenge definitely not accepted. Let's see this plotter do a cool fox. That's really pretty. Ugh. Axie Draw, much nicer sounding machine than but I still hate it. Axie Draw costs too much money. It's too expensive. If I get a bunch of money for no reason, maybe I'll buy an Axie Draw. Okay, what are we doing? The indicator is. It's really like the indicator div, right? Or I could just name it. Actually, that's a question. Are there any parameters I could give here that would be cool parameters? Like that's the tag name. Like what options are available here? Element creation options. Element creation options. If I could just give the div title, that would be. I'm sorry, div ID. What are the options? An object with the following properties is. What? I don't like that. I don't like it. I can? Are you sure I can? Because this seems like I can't. Did ChatGPT tell you that? Draclon, are you even a human anymore, or am I just talking to ChatGPT? I feel like those Gotham the Reddit ChatGPT chess video. I feel like that validates all of my reasoning for not wanting to use ChatGPT for work, to just see what it's like playing chess, where it's like, well, it kind of gets it, but it doesn't get it. I mean, according to the spec. I mean, maybe different browsers implement it differently, but whatever. We could just do, let's just do this. Oopsie. We'll do this, and then presumably I have some logic on how to do this. So we get this. So we wanted to add. So on. So in our open. We want to do this, and in our close, close. Wait, why don't I have a close? Oh, I didn't do reconnect in this yet. That's not cool. Not cool at all. What a sad story. So we're going to get it, and we're going to append it. When we connect, we want to add this. We need this.ws.onClose. It's always, this pattern sucks. I feel like since every human on Earth has to do the WebSocket reconnect pattern, it should just support it. Okay, what is our stupid pattern? I forget it every time. So we need a connect method that is gonna do, that like wipes away the old thing and whatever. Well, it's just parroting common chess notation. It's just parroting programming. It doesn't know how to program. It's just parroting. It's just parroting programming. And it's not parroting exactly. It's synthesizing, right? So it's synthesizing. And that was one of the interesting things in the second Gotham Chess video, because he actually plays a game with ChatGPT, and the bot talks through its moves. It doesn't just say like the move notation. It says, oh, I'm gonna like whatever it is, b6 to e4. I'm gonna put your queen under pressure. Or, you know, like it will have. Can you go b6 to e4? Is that a knight move? The lingo was right, but it would say like, I'm going to do this to protect my bishop and put your queen under pressure, but it wouldn't actually be doing that. It was just synthesizing things that were correct, but the synthesis of the correct things were not correct. Okay, well, once you get your Bing AI, you can tell me how it works for you. I mean, it truly is the same. It's actually really interesting because it's the same problem, sort of like in terms of language, as ChatGPT is having some problems with like language and computer communication, and I guess maybe what I would describe as just like comprehension, that Stable Diffusion is having, where you can get incredibly realistic results from Stable Diffusion if you give it, you know, with the right prompt. It cannot get fingers right. It just can't do it. It can't get quantities right, actually. It doesn't understand numbers. And so the issue is, and you see this all the time, where it's like superficially you get an image and it's like, wow, that's a great image, it's amazing. Then you look at the hands and it's like, oh, this doesn't really check out. I feel like there's a weird metaphorical, if not literal, connection with that and ChatGPT, which is like, wow, it output this program and it compiles and it actually runs. But then under some scrutiny, it's like, it's not. It's like it doesn't get it. Which of course it doesn't. It's a chatbot. It's not like a language comprehension model. Anyway, I don't know. I'm not necessarily opposed to it, and I really am trying to not just be like old man, like, oh, you're like, put me out of work, whatever. Like, all software is so bad that it's hard to imagine it getting worse. And so if all the terrible programmers who do all their terrible software all day could make better software, that's good, I guess. But I don't think it's gonna be that. I think at least in the near term, it's going to just be bad software for a different reason that is then harder to support and harder to debug because a human didn't write it. So I don't know. I'm not very optimistic. And, you know, software's all bad, especially because of like user interaction. And there's no way AI is going to get that right. Nobody's gotten it right. Except for like, is there like anything that just gets it right? Like a pencil? I did play a little bit with asking ChatGPT to generate the prompts for Stable Diffusion, and I do think it did a better job getting the results that I like conceptually wanted. I posted some of those on Discord of like getting it to do nulling. I was trying to like ask for nulling, and I can't remember exactly, but I think my first couple of attempts were like not quite getting it. And then I asked ChatGPT to create a prompt for nulling, and the results I got were better, I think. Okay, so this is stupid and I hate it. This is how it has to work. So we need to, and I always get this wrong, and it's not good. Like, and you can't really reuse a WebSocket object. So anytime you want to connect, you've got to throw away the old one and and hopefully all your, okay, this not connect. This is where it's really easy to screw up, especially with the thises. Okay, so let me do this. It's weird that I have a mix of like functions and how am I doing this command parsing? Well, we can just steal this, because I think this is actually working. What did I just break? What did I break? It was just the copy, but I think I missed a... Oh. Okay. And then error, who cares? There's never going to be any errors. Why would there ever be an error? Okay, this is where it gets pretty annoying. So this, and we just have to be careful here with our thisness because of the way the set timeout works. I think we have to like, there's a couple ways to do it, but I think we want to bind it to this. You know, you want the proper this, I guess. And then up here, we don't actually want any of this. We don't want, oh, we do want this here. And then just here, we just need to do a this dot connect. Does that work? Maybe? All systems do not appear to be go. Where's the cute little dot in the corner? Don't see it. Did we actually do the things we meant to do? So we added the indicator div. Oh, no, we didn't. We didn't do this. So this dot, this dot. Don't forget the this dot, this dot, this dot, this dot, this dot. Indicator div. Create element. What is document? Do I need it? Is it body? Okay. No. What did I do? And why is that still on the screen? There it goes. What's wrong? Am I doing something that is preventing this from... Backend bridge, constructor, backend bridge. What silly thing am I doing? Oh, we're not rebuilding. That would explain it. All right, indicator. The div ID is indicator. Indicator. We have the backend bridge CSS. In the backend bridge CSS, we have not added anything yet. But we know we want something like this. Okay. Is this it? Have we done it? So jealous of Bits and Crafts. Beautiful, like window border with heat interaction. It's pretty cool. I gotta do that. I talked about it a long time ago. Never did it. Not quite what it would look like. Maybe it'll look like my resume. So we got the little dot in the corner. What else does old heat do? Is there anything we care about? So much crap in here. Do we add all the commands? Do we have like Discord and all those things? Those really should probably be process server side, right? There's really not a reason to do all this client side. Like, it'd probably be good to just have I mean, all of these really. Is there any reason to have any of these client side? Oh, we didn't port alert. That was a very serious question of whether or not I want to port alert. How can I say no? Did it actually download the files? I don't think it did. But I thought it made a weird, yeah, this thing. Oh, so that means our standby image is also going to be broken? What? Huh. Supposed to be a folder. I hate wget on Windows. It's so stupid. So what do you have to do? It doesn't just automatically grab the file? Why would you, like, wow, Windows, why are you so stupid and bad? But wget Windows has to have an output parameter, right? Is that true? Pretty sure that's true. That's dumb. Windows is dumb. Bad. It's a bad machine. Wanted. I mean, this seems like a thing we probably need, right? This thing. Oopsie. That doesn't look right. Shoot. I didn't mean to copy the whole thing. So that's presumably the thing. That sure looks bad without any of the visual effects. Okay, where do we find it? Excuse me. Just stand by. Okay. And then alert. How does that work? So we want an audio alert, I guess. Okay, we need where's that defined? Okay. Need an alert elements dot play whatever. So alert and we just will do a similar thing. Now, this one is a little more complicated, right? Because we need to at least... Oopsie. Maybe it's not complicated. We need to at least do this alert audio that attribute source audio alert.mp3, something like that, maybe. But I can't tell. Okay, I'm turning off the real bot. Okay, seems like the new bot can make alerts happen. Okay, and we... Why did I have a million ways to make alerts in the old one? Seems poor. Okay, sorry, Tyrone, was that? Okay, I think we're going to say that broadcasters, moderators, VIPs. That's what we had before. That seems like a reasonable list. So, but why did I have so many? Oh, like rated, resub. Right. So those were all. So that was if there was this, oh boy, event sub data. Well, we're not even doing that stuff. Who even knows? Okay, but all these things of like raids and all that stuff. So these are chat commands, specifically chat commands. And chat commands happen so that's all easy. But non-chat commands, which is really more like an event, or I don't know. I don't know what I would call those. Yeah. Like all this stuff. Has anyone cheered ever? I don't know. Rated, resub, subscription, sub gift, sub mystery gift, follows. I think follows. Yeah, well. So, but then how do we do the... There's a lot of stuff that should move server side, but I'm ignoring that for the moment. So how can we like know any of these things? Like how did we do the like updated, for example? So it's this thing. So channel update, for example. So this is where we would need to iterate through I don't know what type of map this is. What are we adding to commands? Get a string name and then like an event handler that take some kind of data. So we get, similar to the above, these will be a string and then some kind of handler that is void. And these parameters are who knows. How did we have the message queue working? Okay, it's messages.enqueue. And what's your problem? So data has a user state. What else does data have? I don't know. No. I don't know. Like, the thing that's annoying here is these can all just have so many different stupid states. I guess is data a user state, or what is data? Is this right? Viewers. Rated. But that's my made up thing. As far as like the Yeah, I get it, you're mad. I get it. I don't know if any of this works. Not true about the test, unfortunately. Any of these easy to test. Rated, resub, subgift, submystery gift, follows. Kind of no, right? As far as this end of things, I don't know. Look, I made this all too complicated. Like, what are we sending? Chill update. So that's a thing. Excuse me. If it's a notification, We're going to broadcast it with whatever the data payload event is. That's what we're sending. So, for example, this really should be one of these. So that comes down as the type. Because that's where we'll check the type. But then, I guess it's just data title in that case. So then we just need the thing that's going to iterate over all of these when, like if message type equals chat, but we need to just loop over it's kind of this, right? No, not that, sorry. It's this. So this isn't real good, really, because it should come in as a type. Chat. I guess it already does. So I think the appropriate thing to do is this. Oops. Let me do this. And then I think we really just want to make this a command for chat. This. That work? I think I broke everything. Okay, let's try to rename this just to see. That worked. And then let's try to just say something like work. That worked. Let's try to say something like Discord. And that printed out there 3 times, which is very exciting. Why did it print 3 times? Okay. But some of the things are not easy to test, right? Like, like some of these things. No, not there, sorry. The chat bridge has all this crap. But I based all of these off of stuff, right? Like tier, rated, e-sub, subscription, sub gift, sub mystery gift. I mean, some of these are broken for sure. Follows is its own dumb thing because that comes from the event sub bridge. And then channel update. Those are their own thing, and then that's the chat. So really the main thing we're missing here is this new chatter. New chatter. And we're going to send channel username user state message first time chatter I guess we could just say welcome data.username. That's not right. We want it more like this structure, right? Data.username. New chatter. Kind of the inverse of what I would want, but oh well. No one would have an audio alert, in theory. It was all theoretical. Now the issue though, with the audio alert, okay, we're just calling it directly, I see. So that seems fine. I need a way to fake these calls, which very frustratingly, you can fake some stuff, but other things you cannot fake. Or easily fake. Like the WebSocket stuff you can't easily, and we're not even using that for most things like event sub stuff. If I wasn't hosting this locally, we could use what's its face? The you know, the webhooks. How much? Let's just say that you were me. Why don't you take me to the thing? You said you did. Service. But you didn't take me to the thing. Oh, you did, in a weird way. I love how the free service costs $85 a month. I love it. I love it. Microsoft. That's so good. Obviously, the free service costs $85 a month, right? That just makes sense. But I don't have to do this, right? Like, why does this cost so much? Because couldn't you just get a droplet? Couldn't you just get a $5, $4, whatever droplet? Where's Binary C when I need him? Like, if I just had this, like if I locally had Portainer, Kubernetes, Droplet, DigitalOcean. But I don't want to run like DigitalOcean, Kubernetes, I refuse to watch any videos that mention any of it, so I just don't know. I don't want managed though. Just want to run on Droplet. I guess it doesn't have to be local Docker, right? Right? I don't even know that I want to do this. I'm just thinking about it. Just thinking a little bit. Like whether or not we want to deploy you know? If I just had a new environment that was like business. Like I connected to Docker standalone. Just running. I mean, does that seem like maybe cool? Still want to pay for it. It's only $4 a month, but still don't want to pay for it. I just sent a nice Valentine's message to my family. That's not my family. Okay. I mean, doesn't that seem kind of cool? That seem cool or not? Hard to say. It would let us use the webhooks. And the webhooks are testable in a way that some of these other things are not easily. And all these things that we're getting from chat, we could instead get from the webhooks, but it sucks and it's annoying and it's a hassle. So I'm not gonna. So does this work? Seems like it. I feel like I'm forgetting some critical thing. The bot should probably know about heat. The bot kind of knows a little bit about Discord, but not much. And the only thing I really want the bot to do with Discord is just like message Discord when when I start streaming. Can I do that? Didn't I start that? I did. We just didn't actually finish the command stuff because it's too annoying. I mean, I know how to do it. It's just annoying. Can I do like... I probably can't. I'm just going to try it. Oh. When there's an interaction. Client.message. I want to just like send a message. Why is that so hard? Doesn't that seem like a thing that should be easy? I see, you have to get... What kind of event is this as the client? I see. I don't know the channel ID. How do you get it? So if it's in theory, if I just want to do like const channel equals client dot channels dot get dot cache dot get. Ooh. Alright, client.channels.fetch. What do you want? I don't know what it is. Channels.fetch. Okay. I just go here and get a copy ID. I did it. Don't look at this ID. It might be a secret. And then channel.send .message channel dot what? Do I? Looks like I can just await channel dot send. What is this? That's a channel. So Why is everything annoying? I like just barely touching the Discord, that Discord library. I don't like it. I don't think it's good. Can I not? Text channel dot send. Are you mad because you're like not a text channel? Why don't you know what that is? Do I have to? That help? How do you get the channel? Oh boy. Client channels fetch. What is fetch return? Don't like this documentation at all. What are you returning? Can we just cast this? What are you gonna do about it? So you're a text channel, but hi. It's gonna work? I don't know. Did the robot write to the channel? It did, in fact. That's kind of cool. Okay, so the theory is that I could do like a say message string, and then or whatever. It's not that stuff. Sure problem. Could go soon. Do I know the client though? So we want to be able to do something weird, like what? We want to be able to know. Is that an event emitter? Are we emitting these events? We do emit the event. And so for example, if gonna say like if the stream started, stream online. And then something. What? That's wrong. Here. We want to be able to say like, no, I'm going to say like, what? Webs. It's the event. What is it even called? Twitch event subbridge. Dot on stream online. So we should do this here. Like if this happens, then we should say Discord, say am I allowed to do an @ here as the dumb robot? I don't know if I am. Just offline. No. That's not right at all. Twitch.tv/BotMadeThis. So the stream is online, but can I say here? I feel like I'm not going to be able to. There's really some dumb permission I need to set that I haven't set. Right? Doesn't that feel? This is how it feels. Broken. Uh-oh. Okay, how can we know this? You know? Like what's the what's the right answer for that? Excuse me. What are you complaining about? Push audio /alert MP3. Why is Grimbone talking in Discord but not watching the stream? /audio /alert MP3. Is that not here? Oh, sure. Okay, now it's clear. And how did we hear it earlier? Maybe that's when it was still linking to what's its face? I'm really confused because I think that we didn't actually hear this. It was you. Was it you? But this is saying play failed because the user didn't interact with the document first. But if it wasn't there, what is happening? How? I must have it where it's like, even if it's disabled, shut down service when not visible. Let's try that. Try about all the noise. Okay, no, and then we go in here, it's not gonna work. So how did I make that work before? So let's try to go in here, and let's try to use the new buddy. Okay, so just, what's his face? Oh yes, just doesn't care. Which is fine with me. Okay, I'm gonna try one more thing. So let's switch this to, no, it's visual, not local. Not true? Yeah. So the one thing I want to try is can I just do this just to try it in here? Why didn't that work? Why would it still say hi? Why would it still have said, oh, because I probably didn't do that. Okay, change this to message. I feel like it's going to complain. Okay. It shockingly worked. So let's not do that here. And let's commit all these choices we've made. Why do I have node modules here? Did I accidentally? That's amazing if that's true. Okay, give me 1 second, then I'm gonna complain about something amazing. Wow. How many node modules were installed? This is, man, that's node. Pretty unbelievable. 2,000 changes for the like 2,000, almost 3,000 file dependencies just for Discord.js. How is this? I shouldn't even ask. Confused about this. So do I actually need this here? Not sure about that. If you're bundling stuff, I don't know. Anyway. Get out of here. Probably not gonna let me. Okay, it'll let me. I'm surprised. Okie dokie. So what are we doing? Twitch. And this is really about Discord. Felt overly complicated? Yes, definitely is. Giga dependencies for nothing. Okay, so then how do we do the thing? Where am I? That's not where I want to be. So I just want to try to redo the thing. There's the access token again. So it's time for my daily reset of the access token. Enjoy the access token. So stupid. I wish I could automate the pull of that, but the it has to be a user token instead of an app token, which is awesome. Where do I see login? Oh wait, what happened? Could have been. Wait, what's the matter? Okay, I feel like that was maybe the file copy thing. So what did I screw up? It's in the Docker file. Should have gone there. Should have run build. Wait, what happened? Did I lose my edit to this? Lame. You're fine. Don't be such a baby. That's a sad story. What was it? SHX. Was I just not in the right place when I did this? Possible. I'm gonna reset some other thing that I wanted. I don't really know. Like, what is actually only dev and what is? Okay, let's try again. I wish it gave me some indication of what the problem is. Oh, well, that's probably part of the problem. Okay. I'm gonna just delete the dist folder. See what happens. Have dist. Did not actually copy. Wait, I just changed that to an R. Okay. Maybe? I don't know. This feels like so much trouble. I don't. Is it actually worth all this work? The answer is no. The fun thing's going to be like one day when I have problems getting the stream started and it takes me like 10 tries to start it, then the bot's just going to spam here and everybody loves that. It's quality content, you know? Gonna work. Cool if it worked because I want to stop streaming. Successful. Okay, so now we can, in theory, do this refresh cache, current page, do that. And what happened? We've killed the bot. Why did you say you were successful and then didn't work? An invalid token was provided. Okay, well, I think I know the issue there. And that's fine, because I need to update that other access token anyway. So, give me just a second. Because we have more secrets to enter. I have a lot of secrets. Okay, that's good. That's even more secrets for me to accidentally show on stream. You know how much I like to do that. I don't have a better way to do this. There's got to be a better way. Right? I mean, I guess I can point to it on a volume or something. Did it work? Maybe. Maybe. Sort of looks like it did. Okay. Close all these secret things. Let's try like one command. Incredible. We did it. We did it, everybody. Okay, I'm definitely done. All that work and it's just not even good. And I just restarted the bot, so I lost everybody who had talked. But I'm pretty sure we had Tyrone, we had Terrier Darts, we had Draklin for a minute. So sorry if I forgot anybody else who came by. One day the credits thing will actually work. Someday. All right. We covered a lot of ground today. Was any of it good or useful? I don't think so, unless it was annoying. Anyway, okay, well, until next time. Bye.